Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, as always. Welcome on. How was your day, Aiden? How is everything going? I had like a bit of a preview. Damn it! Thanks a lot for the switch of theme. It's so weird. The closed caption doesn't like pick up as well as it used to. Maybe it's just my my thing. Jed, thanks a lot for being here. I hope you're good. If you're lurking, thanks for the lurk. If you're not lurking, yeah, well, come on in. We have a bit of new stuff, kinda, not exactly, kinda. Yeah, I saw that earlier on many streams. Didn't seem like I don't exactly know how to explain that. But the way you phrased it, didn't seem like a fruitful conversation for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm mistaken. But yeah. Didn't he like post a story or something saying that he will come back to streaming like 2 weeks ago and nothing happened again? I mean, it's classic, right? Uno Reverse is a very classic card. You answer a question by another question. That's the simple thing to do, right? I mean, simple thing to do. It's an easy thing to do. Nice. Putting next week for 2 days. That's interesting. I don't know if it's good. But that's interesting. That's a start. That's something. Is it like 2 days back to back? If you know. Alright. I'm dying. That's no good. What's that? Why? Sorry. Found the thing on my seat. Yeah. So oh, Noctis is live. Interesting. I didn't expect that to happen. Long ass time. We got news. We got some news in the face department. That's new. I think this is the first time we have 0 when we start the stream. So I'm happy with that. Can make it move to more than 0 today. It will be pretty neat. But yeah. Wednesday or Thursday, I mean, if his Thursday is like Tuesday, then Thursday is better. If it's Thursday is Monday, then Wednesday is better. Because, I mean, it depends. If it starts to be something that is regular, and he does Monday, Thursday every week, that's clean. That's yeah, that's a nice schedule that he can like probably keep up. He can do like Millie is doing, which is like Monday, Tuesday, and then nothing for the week. So it's like bundle the streams in the beginning of the week, and then you have the rest of the week free. I mean, I've been telling that for a bit of time now, but I really recommend him to not do 8-hour, 12-hour streams every day like he did, which I think he now understands. It's a bit too much. I mean, a bit too much. When you're starting, it's like but even 2 days, right? If you decide to do 2 days of 8 hours because they are like his working time, it just means that these 2 specific days are like unavailable. Like he can't do anything else. So I really recommend him to do like a maximum if he comes back, like a maximum of 4 hours, maybe 6 hours maximum. Even 6 hours is fucking long, but for a co-working streamer, that makes sense. But yeah, 4 hours is good. Like it's like if you fix yourself to a specific amount of time for a stream, you will not achieve the amount of time that you want, for sure. So if I were to start the stream and I say today we'll do a longer stream, after 1 hour and 30 minutes I will be like, I don't know what to talk about, and I will end the stream, because that's how things happen most of the time. But then when we're doing a shorter stream, we do a 6-hour stream. So I think it's better to not plan the time, but just to make a limit. Like, you know that 4 hours is your maximum for the day. And then if the conversation is interesting, that you can go to 4:30 or 5 if you feel like it's okay. But giving yourself a limit and not a goal to achieve is better, I think, when it comes to streaming. But that's just me. Nice. So you will have enough power to stream. Yeah. Do you think you will do like day stream or night stream? Do you know? Do you have ideas on these? You do whatever. I have something that I kept on the side for today. Day stream are interesting. You tap in a very different audience, which is, I mean, depends on what you want to have as viewers, but the day stream are for the people who work in your country, or the evening, night on another time zone, or the very, very early morning on another one. But like, you can tap on everyone when you are on the for us specifically, when you're on the night stream, like I do, like evening stream, you have the entirety of Asia that is already asleep, so you lost all of that potential. But you have the like midday US for evening stream. So that's interesting. Yeah, if you do, so to be honest, if you do co-working for 2 hours, that may not be exactly enough for you to achieve anything, or for the people who watch to achieve anything. So that's why co-working 4 hours is okay, because you usually do a Pomodoro method, meaning that you have like a 40 minutes or 50 minutes work session and then a 10-minute break, meaning that you can do 2 to 3 session. That's okay. I think a 45-10 is good, like 45 minutes of thinking, the 45 minutes of working, bundle with a 10 minutes of break, knowing that your 45 minutes of work may be 47 or 42, right, a bit flexible, and then your break time can be like 8, potentially more likely 15, because you have like a discussion or something. It makes the stream more interactive than just a regular, very strict schedule. And that's my opinion. You do whatever you want, as always. But yeah, the thing that I kept up on earlier today is this one, which is UI Garage, talking about how to design a bottom tab bar. And there are things in there that I wanted to talk about and say it makes no sense. So, first thing first, the how to design a bottom tab bar right here, they give you values which makes no sense. A value of 96 right here and a value of 32 right here is only applicable for iOS bottom bars. If you are on an Android phone, you don't need that. Nishit, hi, welcome on in. So they would need, in my views, they would need to like not justify. I forgot the fucking thing. Yeah, precise, making sure that people understand that this is for iOS. That's the first thing. Because the bar area is the only thing that you need, and so it's not 96, it's 96 minus 32 basically, to get your main value, which is false. It's basically 96 minus 24. So that happens, and then the rest is okay. The main thing that I have against is a tab bar can have up to 5 elements, and like all the thing that they showcase in the how-to is basically I mean, it doesn't help on like this doesn't really help on how to design the thing. How can I explain that? That's a bit of a difficult explanation. But like right now, they're telling you need to use columns and grid right here, whereas the thing that they should be saying is you need to have your elements that are flexible depending on the amount that you have. So if we go, and we will talk about this a bit later, but if you have your base tab bar that contains, let's say, these, right? The fact that you create like a column and gutter with a specific width doesn't mean shit, because if you have a tab bar that is that wide. So it's possibly the thing. Right, so they said 96 for some reason right here, and I believe this is like a 375 knowing Apple, and they probably have 8 in between everything, right? So if you have this, which is probably 8 on both sides as well, if you just have 4 elements or 3 elements, your elements here will take more or less width, which doesn't match with what they have here, the creation of colors. So that's a weird thing. And then the spacing that they have, they are not requiring, but recommending 5 here and 4 in the middle, which doesn't match. I think if you have 4 here, you could have 4 on top and bottom. So, like, it's a bit weird. And then at the end, they justify the thing that I said in the first place, which is, if you have an Android, then you don't need the bottom section. But they should have said that in the beginning, because when they define the height of the element, like right here, they should have said, well, the size, the base size here should be like 96 and 32 for iOS, and then if you have an Android thing, it's just this. And that makes no sense, and I wouldn't have to complain about it. But right now, I have to complain about it. And yes, Nishit, I absolutely agree. The iOS, because of the it's very fucking annoying of Apple, but because of the width, the specific width that Apple decided that they had for their screens. So this is 390, meaning 390 we get with a 5 thingy. Let's do that. With the 5 element, I'm guessing should do a 4 in between, and probably like a 4 on each side. I have like a 73.2 thingy, which just it's because people design apps for iOS. That's the reasoning behind why most of the tutorials that you see are made for iOS and not for Android. It's the fact that people and companies are deciding to design an app or build an app and say, well, if we are building an app, we are doing it for iOS first and then Android, but never Android first. I mean, not never, but most likely not, because there is some psychology behind this, which is an Android phone is cheaper, which right now isn't true, but still more accessible overall. And most of the apps on the Android App Store are kind of free. So the reason is, if you buy an iPhone, which is the premium thing, you are more likely to buy an app inside of your phone, which is true. Like in the research and the thing that we did, we found out that most people with an iPhone are more likely to say, well, this app is just like $2, we can buy that, that's okay, because the price of their phone being so high make them more likely to buy something inside of the app store rather than the Android users, because their phones, like this one, I mean, this one is fucking expensive, but still, is less than €400 or $400 most of the time. compared to the iPhone, which is 1200. It's a bit of a difference. You get like a bit of reticence. I don't know if that exists. Like people don't buy apps on Android. Most likely won't, and on iPhone they do. So agencies advertise iPhone app first, and the thing is also, that's a very interesting thing. Big company or big agencies that design these apps have designers that are primarily, most of the designers that I know on big company or agencies are on iPhone. It makes absolutely no sense. I agree, but it also makes sense. Like for someone, some people in the design world are saying this as well, which is, if you if you buy a Hyundai, which is cheaper-ish, right? You will go with the entry-level version, and it will work, and it's a fine thing, and it would be good. But if you go with a Porsche, it's a more expensive thing, and because you are already paying for that much for the base version, putting on like 5k more to have like the leather seat or some options inside of the car, it feels like nothing. It's like you go from 55k to 57 or to 58, so that's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Whereas on this one, if you wanted everything, you would go from 25 to 27 to like 30 to 32, and that feels like a lot. And it's the same thing on the iPhone. It's like, because the phone is so expensive at the start, now it's not exactly the case because of like Samsung phones and everything are very expensive, but right, because of the iPhone, because you pay for a specific package, you are more likely to pay more. That's the psychology behind it. It still works. But that's a people thing. That's a people thing rather than something else. And then, I don't know, Kane. I have no clue. I have no clue. But the thing is, as well, in agencies, like I said, most designers are iPhone users, in which case they are, as you said earlier, they are like learning the iOS guidelines, most of them. And then untrue. And you can't use 8 points on iOS. That's the thing. I mean, if you've been a designer for a bit, you have followed the iOS human interface guidelines. That's one of the thing, and you also have followed the material design iOS thing. The 8-point grid, as you said, is sadly unachievable because do we have? Yeah, it's this one. Because of that, the size of the element is fucking annoying. A 3 75 in width for the screen, there will always be, as you say, there will always be like one extra fucking pixel to fuck things up in your alignment. And like this is 375, this one is 390, and the biggest one that they have is 428, which may be good for an 8-point grid, almost. But still, it's like if you have 5 tabs at the bottom, you're fucked, and you have decimals on each of them, which to me makes no sense. But like, it's so weird. So you can't follow the 8-point grid on an iPhone for that specific reason. You can follow like a very basic divisive thing, almost, but also you are very quickly out of it. Like, yeah, if you are more than 3, you're dead. That's fucking annoying. I think this one can be divided by 4. Yeah. But it's just so weird to me. And as always, right, these things, if I were to have like just a 1 pixel spacing in between, if I just activate the pixelation, right now I have a 1 pixel in between everything, which is good, but no one does a 1 pixel space. Most people will have like a 2 pixel space or a 4 pixel space. And as soon as I do like a 2 pixel space, you can see how blurry things becomes because they are not on the grid anymore. That's fucking annoying. But yeah. I mean, some people give a fuck about what you post on Dribble, but still, I agree with you. Most people don't. Most people won't give a shit anyway, so kind of okay with it. But this just makes no sense to me. Like, you can't take these and give that as a how to create your elements, because in reality it doesn't work. Like, it's so weird. Like, they give solid values. I guess that's what I'm saying. They give solid values for things that are flexible, and so that just fucks things up. What is the new toy? What did you buy? God, I want to know. They had like a space of 5 for some reason, which, see, how can you have this in a pixelated view? Yeah, that makes no sense. I don't know. Every time I try to do that, and it almost works, and then it doesn't. It too big. This music style is good, but it doesn't work. I want to do. That's better. That's a tad loud. I can't send it to you. It's just the really angry hedgehog. Well, come on in. So it's the playlist from Epidemic Sound, and I can't really send you a playlist link from Epidemic. Sadly, sorry. Wish I could, but I can't. And you said I forgot to do that. That's true. So yeah, if you see the Epidemic thing in the chat at some point, you can click on the link if you want to, and then in there you will find the post rock. Even now, I forgot what it is. S21FE. Interesting. Thin design plastic, I guess. Or the... yeah, that's plastic for sure. And you, yeah, okay, fine. Sorry, what's 32 megapixel front-facing camera? Damn it. That's a lot. Yeah, super light. I guess that will be true. Can you say something else? You know? That's interesting. I like the fact that it's flat. I like the fact that it's flat and not curved. I hate curved edges. I've always hated curved edges. It never looked good. So I really much like flat screens. I'm happy that they decided to get rid of them. But yeah, it's a pretty good looking phone. How much is it in total? Like that's $700. It's fucking expensive then. Yeah. Okay, please ask a question. The Magic Keyboard for iPad is great. Got it for 50 instead of 58. That's pretty clean. 950. 625. Yeah, that's a clean. That's a €100 discount. I like that. Good job. Good job on that one. Oh. How much did it cost? That's your question. I think it cost somehow 400. I think. Yeah, 330. The Magic Keyboard. However, remember, the only one you can use with the iPad that you bought is this one. It's the Smart Keyboard, which is not good. I don't recommend it. I have this one for the iPad Pro, and the only one that makes sense is this one. However, if you are someone who, if you are someone that uses the iPad Pro, know that the keyboard itself is heavier than the iPad itself. So you double the weight in your backpack or something. But yeah, for you, the only one that you can have is this one because it's the only one that is compatible with the 9th generation, and it's a very different types of keyboard mount. The rest is the same. It's just it flips differently rather than getting the entirety. I don't know if you can see that. There's a bit of a line right here. How can I explain that? The thing is like this. So the keyboard just has the thing like this, basically, on the not really it's a bit of a weird ass thing to explain. This one, the one that you can have, is, let's say this is the screen in front. The way that it works is it flips out and it goes to the other side. And then the other one, the one that is on the left, is basically just opening up and staying on the back at the same time. And then you have the keyboard that is, the other side. That doesn't help you understand what the fuck it is. It's just weird. Let's just say that. It's just weird. But this one will flip all around, and this one just slide out. Yeah, not exactly. Oh, I'm tired already. How? How is that the case? I don't know. It's just weird. I don't like this one, so I don't recommend it. If you have one of these Bluetooth keyboard, you can. This one is paired to my iPad. When I need to type things, I type on that. It's way easier. You press the 3 on the keyboard, and it's linked and paired and everything, and the mouse is linked and paired as well to the iPad. So I switch to the 3rd device, and everything is working. But this is what they like. If you have an iPad Pro, this is the one to go. Don't buy this one. Buy this one. It's just fucking expensive, and it's heavy. But it's great. It is great. Why do you have to buy an adapter, Nishit? I think that the getting rid of the adapter in the box is a great idea overall. It's a great marketing idea, first of all, and it's a great business idea because unless you are a first-time buyer, which right? Unless you're a first-time buyer, which is the case for you, you probably already have either a micro USB, a USB-C, or a USB-A based thing. You probably already have USB-C devices. Like, you don't need to get a USB-C adapters for your phone. If you have something else that charges USB-C, hence the mouse is USB-C here. I was about to say the iPhone, no, but the battery bank is USB-C. I have a cable that goes in and it works, and it's USB-C already. The Android phone is USB-C. The headphones are USB-C. These ones are USB-C. So you probably already have at least in your house one adapter that is already one cable that is already USB-C. And so that's enough. And for Apple side of things, this bitch of a connector, right? That's Apple, but unless you are a first-time buyer, you probably already had an iPhone before, in which case you already have the cable. And if you bought like a trackpad, you have the same cable that is used. If you bought the iMac and you had the Magic Keyboard with it, it's not USB-C yet, it's still Lightning. So all of these things for Apple on the Apple side give you already the cable that you need, and for everything else on the tech side, you probably already have in your house a USB-C thing, and just you forgot about it. Like the fact that it's your first USB-C phone doesn't mean that you need a new adapter. You may just need a new cable. And that's like buying a cable is cheaper than buying the entire brick, right? But technically speaking, I do like the idea of reducing the amount of packaging, reducing the amount of waste, because most people like I have boxes like in front of me above the camera that are adapters in them, and they're just there and they will probably never be used because I have no use for them because I have already so many adapters here and there. Like yeah, I think there is 2 in this one, there's 1 in this one, and I think I have 3 or 5 behind me. Like just plug adapters, and then buying a cable is like $5. So I don't know. I think it's a great idea. However, I would say it would be beneficial. I'm getting like the iPhone versions, but I think it would be beneficial for Apple to say here, right? Like, let's say I want this one.
Sound Thinking just subscribed.
Sound Thinking, thanks a lot for the sub with Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Thanks a lot for using your Prime in here. I appreciate that a lot. I would love, for example, to have the ability to say, well, here I need the adapter and it's like a free upgrade. I would love to have that as an option, because right, that makes more sense to me. Like, just to make sure that someone who is like a new owner can arrive in and just say, well, it's the first time, I don't have that cable, I need the brick. And it's just free because, right, they just send you like another box maybe with the charger in it, rather than you having to go in the I guess it's there. Yeah, that. That's right there. I don't know, or maybe even if like if it's that wouldn't work for Apple, to be honest. But the thing that I had in mind is, if you have this in your cart and then you add the phone, they just give you a discount of $25 euros specifically, like refund you for that. I don't even know. I do know now they don't give you the cable, because you're supposed to get the cable in the iPhone box. Yeah, that's a weird thing. I think it's the Sony. Sony Xperia Mark III, right? I think that's the one. This one like comes in the box with the phone, and that's it. There is no paper, there is no SIM card clip, there is no nothing. None. Yeah. Reanimated. Welcome on in, by the way. I absolutely agree with that. I think they marketed it as a thing that is beneficial for the environment, and a thing that is basically it's just green company that are doing that. They are just saying, well, by doing so, we can make the cardboard box smaller, meaning that we have more, or we have less waste. And because most people already have at least one charger somewhere, well, you have like you already have a thing, so you don't really need it. But then, by not like diminishing the price of the devices, like from the original prices with the charger and the cable and everything, to the phone with just the phone and the headphones, the earbuds that they give you, and not changing the price, that means that anyone that needs to buy a brick needs to pay $25 to $30 for everything. So, yeah. But also, if you think about it in terms of for you, instead of buying like an Apple, a specific Apple thing, I would go for like an Anker charging brick rather than an Apple charging brick, because that way you can have like a multi-device, like these ones that I think comes with already comes with a cable, but like they are more they're more interesting to me, technically speaking. Like, even though this one is a bit expensive, but it's a 100 watt charger, it gives you like one thing for your computer, one thing for your phone, one thing for something else that is just using a USB-A port, and you get everything at the ready, and you can charge all the things that you want with just one brick. So the only thing that you need to buy then are cables, and you will buy this one once, and then you're done, and you don't need to buy a new one next year. Like, this one will be good enough for probably the next 5 to 6 years, probably, unless we have like a breakthrough in technology in batteries. But that didn't happen yet, so I don't think. But you can charge multiple things at once, and I think it's a great idea. So, right, I mean, that depends. I agree. I absolutely agree with that statement. Absolutely agree with that. I bought. I have a cable that is on my bed, which is a 3-meter cable. I don't know exactly how that compute. I think it's a 10 feet. Like, it's fucking long, and that changed my life. It's just, I can have the thing plugged, and I'm on my bed, and I can basically get up. And yeah. No. Probably not. Uni CSS? I don't follow this person. I can't find her. Do you have a at? Try, but thank you. That works indeed. You have a different trust and need. He uses this as an example. Yeah. Yeah. That I absolutely agree with that diagram. And Aiden, that's pretty that's pretty accurate to what we talked about earlier in the Discord with, and I don't know if you were here or if you are a kid, but we talked about trusting companies, and yeah, that's a good. Unless you have interacted with the website, and I don't want to read the whole article, but thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Unless you have interacted with a website or a brand or a product yourself, your trust level is at 0. And then if you have heard of a company, product, or something, you are probably in the baseline trust. Like, yeah, I've heard of it, someone told me it's good, someone told me it's bad, and so my level of trust is at a specific level, which is around here. If someone told you about the thing and you are interested, you are on here. However, unless you have personally interacted with the thing, you are not here. So basically, I absolutely agree with that. It's like, to get this, you need to have like an interaction with the product. To get this, you need to have bought something, because, right, that's the website itself. So I would say these two can go hand in hand if you want to have like a, basically this one is creation of an account for the person, for yourself, and then this one is buying their product or buying their subscription. But basically they go hand in hand. The creation of your account, you can create it with fake values. However, as soon as you have your financial information, you already give your personal information in a way. Some of them, not all of them, of course, but some of them. And then if it's a subscription-based model, then you need to have this locked, and the person who bought it, like, let's say, I don't know, this watch, for example, right, which is from WeThings, I would have, I don't even know if you can see the name, I don't think you can. No, you can't. It's too tiny. I would buy another one with no issues, because the product is good and I have like a good experience with the overall thing. However, for a product like, what do I have here? It's kind of trash product. Yes, it's a great representation of things. For a product like this one, which doesn't give you any information when you look at this box right here, generic fucking box, which is, they are like earbuds, you may have seen some ads for them in the past. They are big, they come out of your ears like crazy. With this company, I will probably never buy another product from them, because this one, yeah, not good enough for the price at which I paid it. So they got this locked in, but then they didn't lock this one in. But that's interesting. Let's follow that person. And then groups is good. It's always they always have like good articles with good informations. So really recommend that. Need to watch this, read the entire thing on my own. I mean, over a sustained period, yes, I agree. It's difficult. It would be difficult. I think like winning the customer. How can I say that? I think the acquisition of a customer is easy if your product is good enough. However, if your product isn't good enough or doesn't appear to be good enough, then you will have a bit of an issue and a bit of a hard time to get new customers. But like, you need the good marketing, the interesting one thing that people are talking about right now is this one. Right, you may have heard of it, probably seen it through the internet. This is a phone that I think will be bad, and I don't think people should buy it, but still, because of the marketing that is behind it and the hype that is behind it, there will still be a lot of sales for that specific device. So I don't think people should buy this, because it won't be a good, like, it won't be a groundbreaking device overall. It would just be a regular Android phone. But that's the same thing, right? Because of the marketing team that is behind it, you have like a good marketing, as they said. They have how did they explain that? You have embargoes that are in section. So the first section was you can talk about the lights in the background. Then the second section was you can now talk about the second model, which is the black thing, which came out I think today or yesterday. And then they will come out again about how the software is potentially. But because it's in increments, and you like hype the people for the white version with the LED in the back, and then you hype the people for the black version with the LED in the back, and then you will hype the people for the quality of the camera, for example, or something else, and then the phone come out, and then it's trash. But it has a callback. That's, yeah, I don't know. And to answer your question, if you have finite money, I think you invest in the thing that is, I mean, it depends on the person. It highly depends on the person. If you have finite funds, you will probably be victim of marketing, but also like common knowledge. So let's say, what can I say? I don't know. I don't want to. One of these, right? One of these. You have these companies that are available. Let's say you want to buy a phone. These are the company available to you. Which one will you go for? I know that personally, because I have experience with Samsung, Oppo, Apple, Huawei, and Xiaomi. That's the 5 that I know. I have also some knowledge of Nokia, but I didn't really have or own a Nokia. I will tend to go, if I'm on a budget, I will tend to go to Xiaomi or Oppo. And if I'm on the like more upper hand or higher end thing, I will go for Samsung or Apple. And if it's the choice in between the two, I will go for Apple rather than Samsung, because I have beef with Samsung, even though their new things are incredibly good. It's just like personal beef with them, so that's fine. But depending on the goal, right, I will tend to go towards very different companies. However, if you are someone who doesn't know anything about these companies, maybe you are saying, well, I don't want an iPhone, which first of all gets rid of Apple, which is good. And then if you have never heard of things, you probably have like a bit of how can I say that, a bias towards Huawei. Specifically, if you're in the US, you're like, yeah, Huawei and Xiaomi are Chinese companies, so I don't trust them, so off the list. Nokia hasn't done a good phone in a while, so off the list. Motorola is dead, off the list. Lenovo, I thought they made laptops, off the list. LG, you're like, haven't heard of LG phones in a long time, off the list. Never heard of this one, off the list. I don't know what Oppo is, off the list. And then you end up with Samsung because it's the people choice, basically. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been on Xiaomi for 10 years, less than 10 years, 8 years now. 2015, 2014, I think I bought one of the first Oppo. For me, not their first, first for me, and Xiaomi like the same year for my sister. And I have a lot of people who tells me that Xiaomi is a bad company and Oppo is a bad company because of the OS and the system, but I don't know, I love them. Like my Android phone right here is a Xiaomi, and my current daily driver is the iPhone. So I have everything. I have an Oppo behind me somewhere and another Sony somewhere else. But yeah, there is no bloatware. That's the thing. I mean, for me, I don't know where you are located in the world. So maybe in the region in which you have a lot of bloatware. I know that some people who bought Xiaomi phones have a lot of ads in their phones, which never happened on mine. I have never seen a fucking ad on any of my Xiaomi phones or my Oppo phones. And I love the OS. So, I mean, the look of it looks clean and looked clean at the time. And also because that when I discovered Xiaomi and Oppo, they were in the age of Android being focused on customization, like a lot of customization. And I was also very attracted to customization. Like, there were more customization options in the OS on these two companies rather than the other options of Samsung and Apple at the time. So Apple is currently going through the customization phase 15 years later. and not 15, but basically 15. And they are creating all the things that we have since 2015, probably, on Android. But yeah, Samsung and Apple, I guess, would be at the same level. And so that depends on your budget, because they now have the exact same prices. Oh yeah, that's true. Samsung uses the One UI, right? I think that's the thing that they use, which definitely will have like built-in I mean, I don't even know if I can get rid of the default mail app. Did I do that already? I did that already. Okay, so you can do that. You can get rid of mail. Yeah, so, I mean, that's basically it. At some point when I started my smartphone adventures, Samsung was dominating, and they were expensive, and I didn't like them for that reason. And also the UI was very bad. And as you said, a lot of bloatware. I think now they are a bit more light. Personally, as a UI designer myself, and UX designer, I think the One UI is amazing. They did an amazing job in creating something that is easy to use and recognizable, and that people can like love to use overall. But the previously designed thing was very trash compared to what they have now. So I would recommend someone to go inside of here very easily. But it really depends on like your use cases, I would say. Like if you are someone who is new to smartphones, that's something that I always say, but like buy an iPhone. Like if you are someone who doesn't want to get I have never find a Fire phone. No. Not in here. That could have been interesting. But yeah, like buying an iPhone is more expensive unless you take the small one. But you will have something that is supported through the years for the longest time. And like I just Smiley, hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Like the I changed my mom's phone last year, maybe 2 years ago. I forgot. No, last year. I bumped her from the iPhone 6 to the iPhone 12. So that is like 5 years in between. 5 or 6 years in between, and the phone is still working okay. It's just the battery was dead very fast. And so now she has the 12. She will probably keep it. She got the 12 mini, which was very less expensive compared to when she bought the first one. But it's a UI that she knows. She evolved with it a bit for the past 8 years now, and it's cool. But if you go on Android, there is a lot of things that you need to do that are not really intuitive for some reason. For someone like your parents, my parents, because they didn't learn how to use all of these things, you're like, they need to learn everything very fast, and it's difficult. I mean, I would say it's difficult. But when you go on One UI or MIUI, This one just makes absolutely no sense. But I love Xiaomi interfaces. It's just their design team is amazing. I can't. Everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. Everything is good looking. Everything is clean. Very simple to use. Sometimes easier to use than the iPhone. And I think the one for 13 is just not good enough. Like, you get so many things. I don't know. Love these things. Very biased on the Xiaomi side. I think the MIUI 12 page is better. Thanks a lot for the tab. Appreciate that. Is it MIUI.com /12? Nope. I don't think I could, to be honest. I don't think I could work for Xiaomi. It could be interesting. Could be that Chinese version of the website is much better than the English version. Yeah. I was looking for jobs into Oppo because Oppo was the company that I was more familiar with. Now it's more Xiaomi than Oppo, but still, they are basically the same base layer underneath. I don't know if they were okay with someone from outside of China and in a remote location. Yeah, I would love to work for one of these companies. Kind of makes sense to me. I don't know, because it's like in my views, and that's as I already said, it's a very biased thing, but it's the best of both. Like, a Xiaomi interface is iOS design on Android, basically, but well made. And so everything that we have on iOS now, in my views, is a copy of what we had in Xiaomi like 2.5 years ago. Like, these sliders, I've had that for almost 5 years now, and the iPhone just got that 3 years ago, like the newest slider at the top for volumes and everything. And we had that like this. This phone right here has the exact same. Has had this for so long now. And yeah, I don't know. It's great. I like it. But all of that, like, it's just, I don't know. That's, yeah, very biased. Very, very biased. But if they had like as you say, like an office in Hong Kong, something that could work. Look at that design. Look at the customization available. All the styles that you can have here. Like, that looks great. There are things here and there that makes no sense for the European market. However, there are things that makes a lot of sense. And I love that. The Xiaomi ones, as you can see, the customization is at the forefront of what they do, and so in the theme creator, I mean, if you had a Nokia phone, you could potentially install MIUI ROM into it, and then just have Xiaomi system on top of everything, make it look good. The most used one on Xiaomi phones are the iPhone theme, which makes all of your icons look exactly the same as the iPhone ones. But like, there is a ton of things in that. Like, this is, of course, in my views, they are also the only companies that are using viable fonts in their UI. Since MIUI 11, end of MIUI 11, just before MIUI 12, we had viable fonts inside of the phone, and we can. It's really cool. By the way, let me see. Can I find that? I haven't really used that phone the longest time. I think it's in display. Maybe in theme. Oh, theme. Yeah. So you have the right fucking thing. You have on that screen, which you can't really see because of the ND filter and everything, but you have these slider that just have the ability to make the font, as you can see at the top, make the font either bolder or less bold. And that's a viable font that is inside of that. Fuck, that's not in focus. Can you focus on that rather than my fingers? Thank you. Like, these things, pretty clean. And then that, even though that's a very incremental thing, I don't know. I think that this is one of the best for fonts specifically. You have these options, and you can switch to something that is very specific to you, to have like a bit of a more zoomed in version potentially. Or if you are someone who has a good vision, you can go with something that is a bit slimmer and smaller to get more information on the screen. And if you have one of their phone that is smaller, you can make the font bigger, and vice versa, right? You can switch to things. And I haven't seen that in another phone company options. It's always just it's always steps. Like, I think on the iPhone it's just steps. You just either you make the font bigger or you make the font smaller. That's all. These things for the color ID thingy that they use is more amazing than the iPhone ones, even though the iPhone is okay. And I don't know. Max, hi, welcome on in. And the UI overall. I'm biased again, but these homeless, hi, welcome on in. This thing, right, which creates a 3D version of you, which we saw here. This is metaverse ready type of thing. But it is on your phone by default, and you can have like a bit of a thing. Actually, hi, welcome on in. I agree. This color today is pretty clean. And they have a ton of thing. I don't know. Like, if you have the time, if you're a designer and you have the time, just go into the One UI website, the MIUI website, Learn how other companies are creating really interesting UI. Thanks a lot for the bits, I appreciate that.
L_B_Ashley cheered Dex100. Blue is the best color, you look amazing.
Appreciate it. And a smiley, welcome back. And Max, I agree with the heatwave thingy. I have, you can't see that, but that's why I have the headphones. I have the AC on, and it's at 24 degrees, but still, currently it's 33 outside, which not a good idea. And I have the fan on my right, full blast as well, which I'm happy that I cut my hair, because right now I would be dead. Yeah. So if you go in here, like, you can go back to other sections. I need to send that in chat for anyone who is interested. Anyone who is a designer, just get inspired by this. It's just amazing. I'm biased as fuck, but great stuff. You can go to each and every one of their supported devices and see the differences that they have for these devices. So these ones are for watches, which is very simple, right? And you have, let me remind everyone here, watches or watch faces are great inspiration if you are looking to create data visualization for dashboards. If you are working on the desktop dashboard, go into watch face design for things like this, and then you just take one block and you put it into your full screen dashboard, and it looks amazing. That's a tips right there. So all of these things, right, that they created, animated icons, that was very French of me. This is very Apple-like looking thing, right? But it still works. It's a great option. I don't know. It's extremely biased. Extremely biased. And then because they have all of these subcategories, you can find like this is the same thing, right, for dashboards and controls. Great options as well, great inspiration base. And their website is good as well. Like it's a neat thing. I really need to buy one of these. That's the last thing that I need. Meaning that I wish I knew what it was called, to be honest. Because everything in my house is Xiaomi. So my LED lights here are Xiaomi. My robot vacuum is Xiaomi. My doorbell is Xiaomi. And my ceiling light is Xiaomi as well. So if I had one of these, I could get rid of the phone, the Android phone that is controlling everything right now, and just had like a central control thingy that would be placed right there. But that could be the next acquisition, if it can be delivered fast enough. It's one of these. What's their name? Give me name. Smart home screen or Redmi? Yeah, why? Okay. I'll take a look at this after stream. And then yeah, you have the TV thing, which if you are someone who looks for TVs and you don't, I mean, you care about the quality, but you just want something that works, The Xiaomi's good. Can't recommend them enough, to be honest. They are just the slimmest thing for the least amount of price with a good overall design. I mean, Xiaomi is a duplicate of Apple. The boss of Xiaomi is openly plagiarizing. Yeah, copying Apple into like oh, I think he used to have like a picture like these. Yes, these pictures are basically duplicates of Steve Jobs' pictures at the time, and so it's really interesting to see how he was very inspired and like duplicated everything they did. Like this, basically, same outfit, same behavior, same thing. Also had like the turtleneck picture here and there. I forgot where it is. I think now it's better than before, but still, like he was like very into Steve Jobs duplication and emulation, which makes sense. But as you say, they duplicated it so well and it's so cheap. Then it's, in my views, it's better. Like if I could have stayed on Xiaomi rather than buy fucking iPhone, I would, because it's way cheaper. Elizabeth Holmes? Oh, this one, yeah. I mean, this one is yes, she really did a similar thing. However, there is a bit of an uncanny valley thing with her, like the way that she presents herself and what we can see is and maybe that's the pictures that we have and the way that the media wants to see, but this specific picture, right, right, it's basically one of these. It's the same. It's the same feeling that I have when I see both of these. It's like, okay, it's a very non-human type of face. I mean, human types, but as you said, yes, android that tries to be perceived as human. So I don't know, but yeah, I don't have all the information about this person, so I can't say much. Yeah, that's the feeling. That's the feeling behind it. I agree. So I'm looking at this right now and I'm like, yes, that makes sense. And that goes back to one of the things that I said a long time ago about going into other websites for inspiration to give you things that are not the thing that you see on the daily. So when you're looking at Huaban, which is a Chinese website which has like is a duplicate of Pinterest but Chinese, you recognize the UI of Pinterest, right? It makes sense. You have the same thing. You have the pin here and the like here, and you have your content, and it's the same overall information. However, there are some design things that you will find that are very much specific to that specific market of Chinese or Asian countries, and these are things that you would not necessarily see on your daily inspiration hunt, because that's not part of the country in which you live in. So in here, like, these movie posters have even though these ones are Asian movie posters, this one isn't. And the way that it's presented, the fonts play, the effect that they add on stuff, all of these give you insight on how some different countries are behaving with design, I can say that. And so that can give you inspiration for things. If you haven't seen this anime, you should. But yeah, this website is great. I can't say that more than what I've said already, which I've been saying that for long. And if you just want something cheap that works with Android, I would recommend Xiaomi for everything. Like, look at this. This is better than what we have on the iPadOS beta that just arrived. And this is Xiaomi MIUI 13, which will be updated to 14 soon. So we already have all of these that are currently added to the Apple ecosystem. And so that's why I'm saying most of the things that we see on Apple right now for the past 3 years have been duplicates of innovative companies like Xiaomi. But when you look at this is an iPad looking thing. Like, they made it as close as possible to the iPad just to make sure that they could be recognized as something of quality, right? That's their goal, I'd say. But it works. Like, this is the exact same picture that the Apple website used, right? But it works. Everything makes sense. I don't know. That's the Apple symbol. I can't. That's basically the Windows symbol, but different. That's also a thing. I don't like. I agree with that statement. What I was about to say is, these types of writings, so kanji and kana and all these things, and this is Chinese. This is very difficult to, like, it's a very complex writing system, and for your devices to have the ability to recognize handwriting for a writing system that is that complex compared to like what we do in Roman letters, I feel like the thing that you're working with needs to be way more powerful as a base compared to something that is made for a westernized UI. So I don't know. that may be just a bias on my side, but I feel like the complexity of the language also implies something else on the processing power of the devices. I don't know if it's game theory that says that, but maybe. Maybe the case. But yes, that was the the MIUI overall. What do we have here? Yeah. Regular thing. The cloud services are great as well. Like I'm paying for Xiaomi clouds, and it's so cheap. I should recommend it to everyone. I think I pay 20 cents with 200 gigs or something like this. Maybe not. Maybe the equivalent. But even then, right, I can't really read what's here, but the design of things is very nice. I don't know. I like that. The fact that they have such a big ass website dedicated to accessibility, and how they created things specifically for accessibility in mind. That's, I don't know. I love that. Biased. I said that multiple times. Like all of these. Why are you using Illustrator? Actually, why? What's happening? Are you like creating a logo or something? Doing something that you could do on Figma? Also, that music is very chill in the background. Yeah. That's what I thought. Logo design. Oh, that was amazing as well. Yeah. So, if you're on Android, you already have seen something, which is if you have a Pixel phone, you already have seen the ability to respond to a call with the Google Assistant automatically. Reanimated, thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your evening, night, I guess. You're 2 hours ahead. But yeah, we'll see you soon. I hope. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Appreciate the discussion. But yeah, if you are on Android, specifically on Pixel, you may have the ability to just answer the phone with the Google Assistant, meaning that Google will take care of answering the phone for you and understand the questions on the other side and respond to it in a manner that is a bit robotic, but still, it works. On Xiaomi, you have the same options, but it's in Chinese, so that's really interesting when I have like a marketing call or something, and I used to answer the phone with the Chinese thing in order for them to stop calling because they can't fucking understand. But the iPhone cannot do that yet. You can ask Siri to call someone for you, but Siri won't talk to the person directly. Or maybe it's a US thing only for now. But that's interesting. I don't I don't know. But you also had options of transcribing. I love this one. You had the option of transcribing a call like this, which is automatically because right now we have the ability to speak to our phones and it writes things for us, like the closed caption that happened on stream was a bit fucked. But how is that an option? Sorry, that music was not a good idea. It was not working. It's good that I have this though. Sorry, let's derail as expected. Should we go back there? We could go back there directly. Would be much allocated. I thought you were saying that you were going to do cereals rather than sandwiches, but enjoy your sandwiches. Appreciate it. You love it. Yeah, this one's good. Let's start with that. That's better. That's better for me. That type of music. But yeah, so you had the option to transcribe the thing that the people say to you and the thing that you say to the people, right? And so you then get a transcript of the entire discussion in text format directly on your phone. And so currently any like new video conferencing software gives you the ability to have a transcript, but it's not as good as this, which I've been having for since 2017. I have this feature working perfectly. I don't know how this is not a common thing on other phone or other platforms. It looks so easy on their side. I don't know why it's not easy on the other side. I don't know. Yeah, I'm biased. Oh, circle back. So this is the basic Xiaomi one, and then if we go back to the thing that I was saying earlier, right? The One UI, which is the Samsung version. Same thing. If you can go in the website of One UI, either this one or another one, is fine. As long as you go onto something that is a bit different, you will find presentation of how the OS is built and some of the decisions that they decided to do or take decisions that they decided to take to get their UI more accessible, or even that's a bit fake, but still. Like you also have these, right? You get the informations. As a designer, I can look at this and be like, okay, so I have like an offset icon in a clickable buttons thingy that will help me to understand what's happening. So this is a very specific design. I don't know if it's a layout that they use. It doesn't look like it's a layout that they use, but still, overall, it's an interesting thing. And you can be inspired by that. You cannot be inspired by that. That depends on you. But you have a ton of things that just showcase accessibility or use cases, specific use cases. And I think that's good. I think that's a good reference. Like, we wanted to create a stream overlay at some point with that specific layout. I did one. For Discord call, having me here and then all of the 4 participants of Discord call in tiny frames like this, that was an option. I thought about it. This is like a duplication.
Pixelies are just resubscribed for 9 months. Hey smiley face.
Please, welcome on in. How are you? 9 months. You take care of the baby. I don't want it. You take care of the baby. Thanks a lot for 9 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Enjoy the emoji. How are you? How have you been? Did you change jobs in the meantime? I remember last time you were like looking for a different job. Why? Because I don't take responsibility. I am the man, so I go buy milk and I never come back. Yeah, these are very, very interesting to me. I really recommend you to just go in, check them out. So that's the One UI. If you want to go to something a bit less known, I think we are about to go to 13, but Bright Color OS 12 is here. Let me paste that in chat as well, so that you have access to everything that I'm talking about. Well, you will find something for sure. You will find something at some point when it's ready, when you're ready, when the companies are ready. Right, Oppo, different company, already has the Memoji thingy with the Chinese version. This is a very interesting. I think my Mac will just break with all the shit that happened on that screen. Yes, it did break. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just did it today. It matches the website. So this break is just my computer. My computer is trash. Overall, very trash most of the time. Right now, it just broke again. How? How is that a thing? I hate that fucking computer. Makes no sense to me. Let it load. Let it load a bit. But yeah, Oppo is another company, another Chinese company that is great. You have a lot of really cool interfaces, really cool icon design. All of these I love. Erin, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Like all of these tiny things here and there is amazing. I can't really scroll, but I love it. I love it. Yeah, let me just paste it again. So we are talking about this, 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 and this. These are the websites that we are currently talking about. So this is the Color OS from Oppo, which is pretty clean and very, very good in terms of design overall. You can recognize this as what I have right here, which is from Xiaomi, so another company, Chinese company, very similar overall design. But if you're looking for inspiration or micro interactions, get inspired by the masters of UI design, the people who are doing the UI in which your apps will be played, right? So it's like getting inspired by the building when you are creating furniture for your house. So this is the builders. All of these details, like you can see, like the difference in color with the background and the alerts here. Tiny thing. Have this really cool loading on the side. All these. Like you have this on that fucking website. You can generate something. Like me right now. I don't know. So MIUI is based on, I mean, it's all of the things that I shared earlier are Android overcode, if I can call that overcode. And most of them are Chinese, and except the Samsung one. Samsung is Korean. Yes. So there are some differences, and all of them looks amazing. The Oppo one is a very specific thing. As always, you can. Right now, this one is ColorOS 12. I think if I go to ColorOS 11, I can access the older version of that same thing. And so if you are into that, which I recommend, go into the 11s, go into the 12s. If you can go into 10 as well, check it out. And like you could do a case study on everything they did. And like, look at this. This is a live version of their clock face that they used to have on. I feel like that's amazing. That was their default UI. And so in 11, that's 11. So you have access to all of that. You get like a very interesting website, first of all. But there is a ton of micro interaction that can be very interesting. There is a ton of things that are interesting in terms of like UI overall, but also in terms of how they decided to go with things specifically. I don't know. I just love all of these websites. I don't know if 10 is still available. I don't think it is. Yeah, 10 is not available. Is 9 available? Nope. And let's try 8 because I know that sometimes, yeah, we don't have it. So yeah, so test, look at these if you can. The Xiaomi one that I sent you is the latest one. You should also have the ability to take a look at MIUI 11. I think the website was up for a long time, but it seems to have disappeared. Sad. Yeah, it has disappeared. UI 10, but you can find. You should be able to find projects and screenshots related to these older versions of the UI and see how things have evolved. Like these, as I said, these specific sliders are things that we had since MIUI 10, which then, like the next year, were implemented in iOS. Like visual big sliders for sound, for luminosity, brightness, screen brightness, all of that. And then iOS implemented them, but they implemented them horizontally, which then made like Xiaomi make the switch to an horizontal version. But still, the original slider, big ass slider, was in here. The recent apps were much more understandable on Xiaomi, and then the iPhone did it horizontally rather than vertically, and now everyone is doing it horizontally. So that's an interesting thing. Lexi, or I don't know if it's an L or an I. An LMB, Lexi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I want to know. Happy to have you here. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate that. But yeah, all of these, I don't know. It's coming back to things that I've shown you. MIUI 9, can I find screenshots of that? All that thing, I think MIUI 4 was my first. I'm pretty good. A bit tired, but pretty good overall. Overall, pretty good. Yeah, MIUI 4 was where I started to have interest in Xiaomi. I mean, no, that's not true. It's not true. I was really interested in this phone as well. Let's see, MIUI 2. I think I discovered them here. Probably. And you can't go back to 1. Yeah, I have never seen this one. That makes sense. And I think that's a YouTube video. I don't want to. I don't like that. What are some things you love to do and would do for free? I love to look at design stuff. As you can see, I love to eat. Eating for free would be neat. And what else can I say? Oh, I think this thing is dead. Right. Oh no, it does. Neat. What else? I like to eat cakes. I eat cakes every week, so I like to eat cakes. If it could be free, that would be nice. Would be pretty nice. So I've never had like a phone with Xiaomi 1, that's for sure. However, I remember this lock screen, probably because they had it on Xiaomi, on MIUI 2. I remember this one specifically because of that icon right here. These two right here, I remember these. And then on 3, we had interesting changes in terms of widgets. 4 was very much square and flat, and then this one is, I think, my first big like redesign wow thing. Like when we went from this one to this one, it was like, damn, this company is great. And then flatization of everything, because Apple made things flat and then flatter, which I think is one of the greatest minimal thing. However, the accessibility of this one was very bad. And then we moved to something that is more accessible right here, and from I guess from MIUI 6, we just had like tiny increments of changes until 11 and 12 that just break the usual previous versions, and now 13, which is at the end here, which is the newest one that we saw earlier. But that's interesting. What do you think about the world we live in? That's a very broad question. I'd say it's an interesting planet. However, most people are dumb, me included. And because we are not subjected is a weird word, because we are not in front of every places of the world, we are just knowing specific parts of the world that we live in. So the experiences of each individual will be extremely different, depending on what you do, depending on if you decide to travel, not travel, be interested in things that are controversial in some countries, not controversial in others. All of these things, right, will impact how you see your or it will impact the views or your views on the world that we live in. So I think it's an interesting place. I would love to be born in 200 years from now, in the future, not in the past, but can't do that. But yeah, it's not the best place, but it's the only one we have, so can't do anything with it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this one. I wanted to showcase this. What do you think of this? I just want to know. When you see this, what do you think of this? I think it could we could go both ways in 200 years in the future. I think we could either have what I expect is unlikely but still possible, which is a more utopist version of the world, which is we have fixed most of our issues, we have a bit of understanding of each other better than everything, and overall, like, most humans are in a better conditions, if not all, in 200 years. However, that's a positive version. We could go the other way, making the currently poor poorer and dead, most likely, or fighting for their life on the daily basis, and the richer, more developed countries, which I think that's a made-up term that I don't like, would be like in power overall. But if we have this, we will mostly have divergence in way of thinking, divergence in wealth, and I think it would be on the extreme, and the middle part will be inexistent. So you're either dead or oh yeah, I know. because of my accent and the way that I'm speaking, the caption has a bit of a hard time from time to time. But yeah. I know. But yeah, I think it can go both ways. I hope it can go in the positive sections, right? Most of like an optimist version. But yeah. So the questions still remain on this. What do you think of this picture? It's a very nice photograph. What do you think of it? There is something, and I think, personally, is very interesting. This, which, as always, when I want to showcase something, the entire computer decides to say fuck off. It's just break. This Behance project that we have right here is really interesting. I'm into architecture, so I do like that a lot. However, I wasn't ready for what this is. This is entirely 3D. The entirety of the picture that we've seen before is entirely made in 3D. And the realism that we have on these is just, I mean, it's crazy to me how detailed and precise we can have something like this currently made, but everything is 3D. Like, I was on this one, I was like, yeah, okay, fine, it's cool. Then I click on this, and I'm like, damn, that's amazing. The texture is great. The fall off of the lens is great as well. So much details. I don't know, I like that. I like that a lot. But if Millie was here, she would have said something. If Millie was here, she would have been amazed, potentially. I don't know. But yeah, going back to the initial discussion right here, get inspired by things that you are usually not going to see, like this, for example. You're probably not going to be inspired if you are a UI designer. Not going to be inspired by sheep and 3D stuff, but that can help you a lot to understand how composition can be made or other things can work in your advantage. So that was the first thing. And then the other subject that I wanted to talk about is this tiny thing right here. So there is a test alert. We talked about it in Pins Are Good stream some time ago, being like yesterday. And we kind of want to have an alert based on event, of course, like every alert is, but because they are on a co-working stream, they want to have like a folder type of thing that pops in from the side of the screen or from the bottom of the screen, like a desktop folder with potentially the name of the person, something, and there. Thanks a lot, Max. So, I wanted to do something about that as an option. Potentially do something that just give us a bit of a hint of what we could do with that specific alert. I have an idea. I don't know if it's feasible, but I have an idea. So let's try a 1920 by 1080 screen. That's our base frame. Base frame would be black, right? That makes sense. Let's put that to 2C so it's more visible. Let's add this. So what I want to have is a bit of shorter-ish thing. Also, the color won't be this, but for now, with this, and then these two, I want them to be at 0. So the base idea that I had was folder icons, and which is very much what we have here, right? So as a reference, we could use this one. That I think it needs to have like a bit of breathing room if we want to have the understanding. So they put the tab on the other side from what I did, so we could easily change that. We could also just flip it horizontally and oh, what do you know? It's on the same side. So that could work. This is a folder version of things, and what I think Isaac wants is something that is more like maybe a clipboard or something that is have IDs, but these IDs don't exactly work as expected. But that's a pretty cool idea as well. But still, forget about that. Let's make that white. And we should stop killing each other, and we should stop not respecting each other. I think that's the first step. But in order to do that, we need to forget the anger from the previous generations, and that's almost impossible to achieve. So that's why I'm saying it's a bit unlikely, because the parents are teaching the kids, and that's the same cycle every time. So the grandparents are teaching the parents, which are teaching the kids, which will teach their kids. Basically the same cycle every time. It's softer and softer until something happens. And so right now we have a lot of wars that happen in the world. We have a lot of killing of each other for no reason. I mean, for reasons that they or they think are legit, but still it's just killing someone else. That's not a good idea. Anyways, and so all of these things, right, makes us not progress. That's the first thing. The second thing is we should trust things that makes us move forward, and that depends on your views on things. some people will say religion are making them move forward, which is great. Some people will say science is something that makes them move forward, which is also great. But if we can't recognize that moving forward is an individual thing, then we have discourse basically, and then we have anger toward each other, in which case we can't move forward as a species. We can move forward as an individual, but there will always be someone that doesn't want you to move forward in your ways because it doesn't like meet with the way that they move forward. Or some people will get jealous because they see the neighbors or their friends move faster in a direction that they would like to go, and they can't because they still haven't understand how to do that. So understanding each other is a very difficult thing if you can't accept the unknown, which I guess is the most difficult part on that. I don't know if that answers that specific question. You have a lot of what we call loaded question, which I love. Thanks a lot for that. Okay, did I do 3? Yeah. So we could have this potentially. I think that could be really interesting. What I have in mind right here could be really interesting. Yeah, shit. Well, fine. This and that. Bit of a weird thing. I do not react to movie trailer. You asked yesterday. I do not react to videos. I'm not a react streamer. I can help you if you have questions about design, but I do not react. Not the type of content that we do here. But I appreciate you coming back and asking again. Oh, that's another mostly difficult one. I would say the first question is, do we need to clean the earth water? I don't think we need entirely to clean the earth water. However, it would be beneficial for us in the long run, but we don't need it. If we don't do it, we will have a lot of death, which is fine. Happens every fucking day, me included. It will be okay, but right, difficult. However, the cleaning of the waters that we have today is also a very controversial thing, because by cleaning something, you may kill something else. So, if we need to clean the earth, like the ocean floors, without killing the microorganisms that are there, that's a very difficult thing. This is my thank you, I appreciate it. So I don't really know what we should do. I don't know if we should do anything. I think it's always better, but I don't know if we should do anything. And also what I'm creating at the moment I think is too bright because Isaac stream is very dark. But we'll see. See if that can happen and work. I think we could. Scott, if you're lurking, I will use your name again. So we have someone here called Scott with too many T's, which is the longest username that we've seen in here. I think somehow 38, maybe. Maybe the size that we need. Shit. So let's see. Let's do that. Let's have this at why? Why are you? Oh shit! Is that the thing? I don't know. But yeah, cleaning the earth floor, or I mean, water floors, very hard thing overall. Hard thing, at least in my views. So let's have a fill that is white, and let's make that. I'm thinking it should be bigger for some reason. This. Somehow that could work if we do that. That even, yeah, I don't like that ID. Like that ID. I do like the ID, but I don't like the ID. You feel me? It's a difficult thing. Yeah, so let's do a 35 rather than something else right here. And on the linear, let's do 1B 235. That way we got like a very dark transition. I think our 1B can be darker a bit. 10. And so what I had in mind right here is basically this. You get like a sticker with the name of the person that just subscribed, and then, or subscribe, follow, whatever, and then on that thing you just have, so that's the option number 1, you just have the folder itself. Oh, I just had another ID. Would be more difficult than expected, but could work as well. Is that an option? Not exactly. Not exactly an option. It's fine though. So here you would have the event, and the event would be here, probably skewed in a very specific way to match with the angle of the folder itself. And what I'm thinking about is maybe something a bit bigger than this, right? So if you have like a follow, you will have followers. Or if you have a sub, you will have a sub folder basically. And so the goal on the alert itself is to have the person that just followed or subbed go into the folder that contains every follow or every sub. It could be a thing. It's a big ass thing. It's a 30. It's a 50 for some reason. I think that should be 32. Knowing me, that should be 48. Knowing me. And so this should be 16, and that should be 8, and that should be 8 as well, and then U should be 8, 16. We do that, maybe 4, 8 here. The thing that should be interesting, or could be interesting, is the ends here. If we could, we could have a bit of a hammed, like tape-based thingy. Could be interesting as well. Shit. So somehow. Right, I don't think that would work, but let's test it out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fuck you. Sorry. That's just need half points. Half points. Do you move? I will kill Figma for that. I'm saying that every time. But I don't understand how you can tell me I can add points, and then if I select them, I can't move them, and they disappear. Like, that's makes no sense. If I get that, right? If I get this, and then maybe you just have like a bit of a radius in some places, just in case. And we make sure that this is the same color as this, which is pure white. Duplicate that. We flip it horizontally. We make it go to the other side. So this and this needs to fill the container. So if we have this as our taped elements, right here, I think that feels okay. The feel, the color, the white, may be too much, so we could do something about that. And the black is too black for sure. But that could work. It could also go with a red. I know that my events are usually red, like sub event is red and follow event is yellow. So that means that the tape in the background may not be useful. We could just have this. In which case, do I have wrap? I know I do. Kill. I will kill people. Oh, I need a vector shape. Okay. So if I have something like this, basically, right? That's applied to the folder, technically speaking. And so we have that bit of event thingy. It could be a different color, it could be whatever. I don't give a shit. That's the ID. And then because I know that on subs we have text. Like you could, maybe 16 is too much, too small. We could have something like this basically. And so here you have the message. That would be in medium for sure, in white probably. Maybe that could be a thing, right? So on I do that. Trying to see if that's available in OBS. As always, if it's the first time that you or I play with OBS in my head. So I'm looking through the settings to make sure that we have the effect that I want, which is not the case. We could have like a mask option, which I don't like, but that could work. I think that would be the most best option. So let's do that with a mask. Okay, let's do that properly. So we need a group around this. We need, you know what, it could be a frame. It could be a frame, and inside of this I need a rectangle that would go underneath, and that would be probably a bit out right there somehow, something like this. That would be a mask. I mean, but if I do this, right, I can extend it. And so what I want to have is, that's my endpoint. Sorry, that's my endpoint. That to be placed properly as my endpoint. And then we have not visible, slide in, slide out. So we need 3 frames. We need 3 frames, and we need out here. We need out here. That entire thing needs to be basically out of frame. Move it down. We have this, then we have this. I think that's okay. So that means if I click, we go here with a smart animate. Let's take 600 milliseconds for now. And then here, after a delay of 300 milliseconds maybe, we smart animate to this. And then on click, because Figma, I need to go back there. So let's see how it looks. So we have our black screen. Yeah, it's pretty clean. I do say so myself. So that could be interesting. So on events, you have someone that does something, and then the thing goes back down. That could be an option. I kind of like the tape roll effect. I don't like the fact that it's coming back out of the folder after the fact, but I do like the transition overall. I don't think the message is at the right place, and right now it doesn't look like much because the background is black, so the difference in between the two is not good enough. But yeah, I don't know. Give me like 2 minutes, it'll be. I need to refill my water thingy. What do you like? This 4-4 thingy? It's pretty nice. I agree. I agree. I like it as well. I created it, of course. It's not. I think it's a nice screen. I think it's a nice screen. Yeah, that's an option. That's option number one. I think I think it works. I think the message can go away. You don't need the fucking message for sure. Right, it's makes more sense like this. And then, as always, this should be a component. That way, because we have three things, we should just have that as a component and that as a component, and then take both of them. Take both of them out. And create nothing. Create nothing. Like just yeah, yeah, that would be fine. And so here on this one, need that content to go away, and we need that to be at the bottom. If I do that, yeah. It's called component 3, so that makes sense. Oh. That's a loaded one as well. So we could, and that's a difficult thing, we could and should basically produce to feed rather than produce to sell. So currently, on the way that we have our world set up, we mainly try and do our best to make a profit on every fucking thing that we can, which makes sense in the way that we have things created. That makes like a lot of sense. However, it's not that good for the population that would need said thing, right? So if we try to produce products in order to feed people rather than in order to sell them, it's a mindset shift, and it could work, but it's also very difficult for very capitalistic communities. I don't really know if it's achievable anyways. Oh, that looks like shit. Sorry. But that's the main, I would say that's the main thing that we basically need to do. It's just making sure that we either focus our things to, like, how can I explain that? Yeah, focus the creation into creation of resources into font is not right, that's the thing, yeah, into feeding people rather than selling the thing. And so specifically when you know that most of the crop that we are using and that we are like harvesting and all that, I forgot how much, but a big part of them is in order to feed animals that we will then kill.
Faith4R_fur3 is now following.
Baited. Well, come on in. Fire, welcome on in. Both of you. How are you?
Batadox raided my stream with 2 viewers.
How was your stream? Thanks a lot for the raid, I appreciate it. If you don't know me, I'm AOA, the helping designer of Twitch, so if you have any design questions, feel free to ask. We're currently working on a bit of a weird thing, potential alert on OBS, and we are taking inspiration on folders. So yeah, have a good look. It's AOA, yes, AAOA, AOA, or just A. Most people call me just A because it's easier and way faster for everyone. But yeah, for everyone from here, if you would be so kind and check the link I've stated, that would be appreciated, highly appreciated. How was your stream? How was your stream? What did you do? Tell me all that. But also, if you need to go because you're tired and you need to do stuff, feel free to do so as well. Don't feel obligated to stay. So what they have here on the Mac is a glow around the element, a darker thing, and then an icon in the center. So if we were to create the same types of visual thing, first stream in 2 weeks, good. That's good. So let's say that's the subs. Yeah, let's call that subs. I want a font that match with that, and so Las Valles could be interesting because it's a higher thing. Makes no sense. What did you do on your stream? On your first stream since 2 weeks? What did you do on stream? Nothing. I don't think we should do anything for that. I think we should either understand that we fucked it, and in order to unfuck it, we need to stop doing what we do, which technically is not possible with the government that are in place at the moment. So difficult. However, in an ideal situation, I would say we kind of need to go with emitting less CO2. But that means a lot. That means a lot of different things, and right, yeah, it's weird. So that's good word. But yeah, if you think about like getting less emissions overall, then something like going to electrics rather than non-electric makes no sense. Maybe a good idea. Going to, is that placed properly? It's not placed properly. Why is that the case? Let's get rid of this, and on these two, let's do pure this. Let's add an effect. So yeah, if we limit the amount of emissions that we currently have, that could help a lot. Doesn't mean that it would help, but it could. And yeah. I don't I don't know if they will answer, to be honest. And we have an effect, another effect. The thing is, they've been asking questions, and only questions that are very environmental and like hot topics. And even then I asked questions, I didn't get answers to my questions. So I don't know if they are a bot or not. Also, basically, you got a sub. Didn't know that. just saw the thing that said that there is an ad playing, and then I just noticed that you got a sub. So that's clean. I could. However, not for free. Like I'm still a capitalist bastard, right? Capitalist is good if it works for me, so wouldn't need to be paid, but I could. Not impossible. That looks like shit. Yeah, the font is not the right one. I need to find a better font. I need a way better font. Shit. Sorry. Needs to be aligned on the right, on the left. Then I can just check things easily. Have a good look. Have a good look. No, not this one. Nah. I think just the effect that I just added don't help anyways. Nope. I mean, that could. Down with full caps? Nope. Then? Nope. No. Mila is good, to be honest. Mila black. I mean, extra bold is yeah, well, fine. Fat kitty cat could work for me, but not for anyone else. Oh, so Isaac or Pinza Good has got very gothic font, so we could play with something like this. Giro could work. Giro could work. Stencil. It's not. Yeah, that's no good. Handwritten thing wouldn't work. Impact could work, specifically here. Kaiju is just fun. Killian is absolutely no. Kenjo is absolutely no either. Can't deal with that. Last Badass is the one that we had earlier, which in full caps is better. A mark will work, but it's too expensive. I can't give anyone this. The font that I used on my side is pretty clean. Could work. But yeah, Grassim. Hi, how are you? Meme Lord Grassim. I was laughing a bit because you shared a meme earlier today, and it reminded me of another one that I wanted to share, and I didn't find it, so I was sad. But you've probably seen it, to be honest. You help. Yeah, you've probably seen it before. It's the same. It's basically the same as this one, right? It's these two characters, but you have on top you have designers telling another designer. You probably have seen that. Oh, we have very similar design, and then the other one is like, no, you copied, you shouldn't. And then devs with this one saying, I copied your code, and then the other ones say, it's not my code. which I think is top tier for what we do in that Discord. So yeah, I absolutely agree with that thing. And yeah, no, thank you for the memes. I mean, we don't share memes. I don't watch memes or look at memes on most days. So bring them to the Discord, which I appreciate. I appreciate. Let's see, can that work? That's a bit too much, to be honest. I said yes, but I would need to be paid. Because I need to feed myself and my family. But yeah, I could. Wouldn't be against an environmental world-class project that is not how can I say that? Oh yeah, that works. Oh, that is not. I think it's charity. I think charity is the word that I'm looking for at the moment. It's not charity that I'm really looking for. I think it's another one, but I forgot what it is. So I'd say charity for now. Oh, we are a bit at the bottom here. What do you mean? What do you mean? I think if it's a noble thing, right? It makes sense. Anyone should take part in making the world a better place, which is what I'm doing here. If I don't know if I still have some memes. That's a long ass meme. I need to watch that with sound. Right now I don't have sound. What the fuck was I about to say? Oh yeah, no, that. Oh fuck, brain, please. Yeah, me too. In my head, I think I saw it on Twitter, so I probably have it somewhere. I don't know if I still. Yeah, right there. That's my mission. That's my personal mission. Trying to make the world a better place through design. So, Lexi, I'll call you Lexi because you didn't answer me the first time. It still is my mission. I still want to make the world a better place through design, and so the just behind this is, I think that better designers around the world make a better world overall, because everything is designed. Like if I go to this is a knife, it has been designed by someone. Well designed, not well designed, that's something else. This is my AC remote, has been designed by someone. Right? And so if I can make someone else a better designer by teaching them something that they didn't know or didn't understand properly in the first place, then I make the world a better place. Right? A bit. So that's my main thing. That's what I want to do. And so, technically speaking, we're already doing that by teaching for free and making sure that everyone can have and understand or access to design resources that make them better. That's a lot of W's. But yes, I'd say I'm already on that. Already working on that. That's a clean transition, right? So far, that's a pretty. As a bit of a thing that I don't like, but it's fine. But technically, right? If you have a followers event, you could have the same thing. So Scott just followed. Could be that. Could work. That could work. I don't like this as an option, to be honest. I don't like the fact that these are text. For some reason, there is something that makes no sense to me on that. But we could potentially. Shit, clicked the wrong button. Yes. It's very similar. It was that section at the bottom. I don't know if I can find it. I know I liked it. It's probably somewhere on my Twitter, and in between pairs of tits, as always. That's what we have on Twitter, right? But, wait a second. I'm sure I could potentially find it again, but I like so many shit. I can't show you the content thing that is in front of me. Oh yeah, it will be reposted for sure. For sure. I just found the Monster 666 meme. I mean, not a meme, but a meme still. What the fuck is that bitch? That. Also true. It's right there. Can you believe it? I posted a meme in the meme section? Yeah. And then I'm here on stream recommending to anyone that comes in and that asks me, how do I get better? You need to copy everything. And that's what I say. Which is exactly that. So yeah, that's... Ah, fuck. Yeah. Designers and the copy thing. It's very interesting. Makes no sense though. Makes no sense to me. Can that work? Can I do that? I don't know if that can work. Let's see. I don't think it will though. I don't think I can do that. No. I I have a very weird set of how can I say that? Jobs that I wanted to have. So when I was young, not skills, I'm not Liam Neeson, but when I started to think about potential jobs for me, I thought to myself, well, the thing that I like the most is fire and fireworks specifically. And so at some point I was thinking, well, being someone who works with fireworks is pretty interesting, and I would love to be able to do that. And so my first interest was being someone who create and fire fireworks. And then yeah, explosive stuff. And then with time I discovered that the interest that I had at the start of my firework interest disappeared with technology, because the what was interesting to me was the art of creating them and the art of firing them, because I had like a firework artist in a way that came to my little town every year for the national holidays, all that. And I was staying with them at the time. I was like, I don't know, 6, 8, maybe? Not even. Yeah, young. I was young. And so I was staying with them and playing with how to fire the things, making sure that everything is lined up, making sure that the starters, the thing that I forgot the name in English, like the lines, all that, were connected to the thing that needed to go in the sky later on, and all of that, right? That was really interesting to me. And then the next year came back, that was still interesting. The next year came back, that was still interesting because it was still made by hand. And then the next year, someone came in and had like basically not a tablet because it wasn't a thing, but basically a stream deck that they just pressed a button and the thing went off. And so it wasn't as manual and interesting to me, so I lost interest when that person came in, which is a bit sad to say, but it's kind of true. So I thought about that, and then like it's a second, just need to do that, check if that works. So yeah, it was really interesting. And then after that, I became interested in nothing. So I wanted to do not much, and from not much came the interest of phones. And at the time it was like flip phones, so it's a bit ago, and it was at the verge of smartphones. So we were still in regular phone territory, but about to come to smartphones. So we had like a bit of touch screen, but it was still the you need to press the screen to go through. So yeah, early 2000 types of things, and I was interested in that, and so I went into school to be a product designer, as a physical product designer, and so making sure that I can create things in the physical world. So we did a lot of machining and creating pieces that are interesting, like similarly to this amazing piece of knifery. This is a knife, not for clothes, like for. I mean, I worked for the company that you might have heard of, called Bugatti. I worked for the Formula One cars. I worked for Air France and Airbus. I worked for a company that makes rockets to go to space. So these things that are like tiny pieces that can go inside of a watch, for example, all of these was interesting-ish, but it was too that's weird to say. It was too dumb of creation, right? I have one that is on my desk right here. Kind of one of the thing that we did. This is called a prisoner. It's one piece of aluminum, and there is another one inside that cannot go out because it's imprisoned inside of it. It's a pretty clean design. It's a very simple thing, but it's fun to build. This one is a bit broken though. But right, all of these things were too dumb, and my interest was in phones and smartphones, so things with screens, and I was creating things with metal. So at this point, I became interested in something still physical, but also with no screen, but still with tech, which was sex toys. And sex toys was really interesting in terms of the market of it. That there is a lot of needs, a lot of demands for this type of things. And so I became interested in these. There's a lot of money in the industry as well. I looked into it a lot, and that was interesting. I didn't break through that, but at the same time, I was still interested in phones and stuff. So sex toys and phones, and then I discovered sex toys which had apps, and phones that now had apps at that point. And so I became interested in the technicality of what I can see on my screen, which made me become a UI UX designer that I am now, today, creating interfaces for apps and other things. And right now we are creating like OBS stuff, filters and all that, which is still the same overall thing. It's still a UI based element, like this thing right here, but it's a bit different. And I think, I don't know, my career could go back to the sex toys industry potentially at some point, or go to something absolutely different, like I don't know, woodworking, as every designer. Someone which is I haven't considered becoming a tattoo artist. No. I have empowered tattoo artists. But it's, yeah, no, I prefer to just get tattooed rather than do the tattoo. I'm not good enough. I mean, I am, but I'm not good enough with my pen to be able to just draw something, and I've never been good enough to be able to like say, well, if I practiced enough I would get better, and that's interesting to me. So small limit. I'm still not bad. I did that earlier today with in Melee stream, or during Melee streams. She's trying to create like a faucet in 3D, and that's like some of my basic thing that took me like 6 minutes probably. But yeah, it's I don't know. Just I'm not as good as I should be on that specific topic. So yeah, that's the base. And now I'm still in design. So that was a long ass extended version of what we do. But yeah, I think I like this option better. I think I like this option better overall. Oh shit! Well, that should be on the other end. Right here, specifically. Azulka, hi, welcome in. Welcome in, how are you? How have you been? Shit. Yeah, I agree. I'm also interested in it. I did some pieces on paper. I may have. I don't have them on here. That's for sure. But yeah, that's it's a pretty interesting thing. It's a very interesting topic. I mean, for me, I feel like I am biased, but yeah, but I said that not so long ago. Some feature of Twitch that are in the work have better version on porn sites. Better options. So yeah. And Azulka, yeah, this is a pretty cool idea overall. Like for a sub or something, potentially. What I'm thinking right now is doing the same thing that I did to the website, not to the streamer, which is fucking annoying. But yes, I agree. But it brings more to the website, and the streamer doesn't really get that. I mean, they still get more than what I get for sure. That is true. I can't deny that. But yeah, it's cam girl and cam guys are very, or have a very different set of skills. Can use it now. That's too small. I feel like that's too small. Why are you not What the fuck is that? The thing is, if you are, we're talking very specific here. And Smiley is munching. It's good. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing here on Twitch. Basically, if you don't interact with your audience doesn't exist. So if you want to be successful as a streamer, whichever types of stream you do, you need to have interactions with your viewer base. And so in order to get that, if you're a cam girl, not a cam girl or streamer, you need to interact in specific ways that empowers the person. So for example, me talking with you right now makes you stay in a way. It makes the connection in between the streamers and the viewer more interesting, because you can see how you could potentially share something. I've seen a lot of cam girls that have their streams, but also a lot more content related to their viewer base and like other interests that they have or that the viewer could have potentially, and that created like a bigger bonds from the viewer sides, right? So I think it's interesting, and the skills themselves are very, in terms of cam girls, cam person. And Melly said that. Melly, I need to show you something. Have you been here all along? No, you just came back. You said reversed. Yeah, we just do two in here. Well, you came back. You came back at the right time. Earlier you talked about faucets, and I did this while we were talking. So this is technical design. I can't really. There is too much light. But the way that it works is you create one view, and then you rotate it, you create the top view, and in this one you rotate it, and you create the back view or the front view, whichever works best. And once you have 3, at least, 4 is best, but once you have 3, you can create that version, which is just the top on top, the side on side, and the back on back or front. Should have been front, this one. And then you get the ability to just connect the lines. And so if you can see, the bottom one is just a bunch of fucking straight lines. It's not it's not great, because I did that in like 6 minutes, but it's good enough. And once you understand this as a method of mapping elements, how can I explain that? You can do everything. That's a very blanket statement, but you can very much do everything. And so there is a person, and as you said, yes, kind of like boxing. What did I say? Instagram is something that I shouldn't share. Product designer maker. This person right here is amazing, first of all. But they have a good YouTube channel that give give you a lot of insight on how to do things and how to use boxes to create stuff. And so what I love about their Instagram post is this. They show you the finished product, how it looks. This is a simple shape, for me at least. And then you can go through all of the steps one by one to see how it started. So you start with a box, and then you define things, and then you refine said things, and then you outline the overall shape, and then you color, and then you do all the shading and all that shit, and you end up here. And they do that on each fucking post. So every time they have something, you can easily see the original one, like the emptied version, and then the fully formed options. And so it's really, really simple to see how they decided to go from this to this to this to this, and then everything is just playing with contrast and filling up elements. And so if you get the ability to understand the bottom section, that's basically what they do on this one. However, if you get the ability to do the top section, which is seeing in your head something in one view and then drawing it on paper, and then in your head rotating it, seeing it from the other side and drawing that on paper, there is a ton of things that are really easy to me, because that's what I learned and what I used to do a long time ago, so that makes sense to me. However, if you need help on technical drawing, I can help, as always. But it's a very simple skill once you understand it. And based on this one like account, you will have the ability to do whatever you want with the box model of just creating fucking boxes and rounding corners. This is 4 boxes, and they just have different amount of roundness. That's it. So basically, if you think of it as Blender, it's just box 1 is the default cube, box 2 is the default cube with the Control B, box 3 and 4 is the same thing. I mean, all of them are just Control B. This one stopped before this one, which stopped before this one. Very, very simple things. So because you already have the Blender mindset already in terms of how to place things and make sure that they work, I think this is a tremendous method for you to create it. This is one of the best challenges that you can have, the Pringle test. I'm biased. The Pringle test, I made so many that now I can do them very easily. But it's the same thing. It's just you create a box and then you define the sides and you have your thing. It's just, the Pringle is just like, if I do a Pringles from the side, it's basically one of these are here and the other one is this. So you have the long side, that is the far left, right here, and then the other side is the shorter one. That's basically it. So if you create a box, whichever side you want, so let me just create a box quickly, not so high. Right, so you have your base box. You don't need something very like defined or whatever. Have your box. And then what needs to happen is you create let me just try to do that almost properly. And then this one. So you just, and just is a big word, you just do that. On the long side, you do your longer version, right, from the top, and on the short side, you do shorter versions. And then the only thing that needs to happen next is linking the elements in a square manner, or in a curved manner. So you start from your thing and then you follow said curve. To meet at the other side. This one should. I've been here, but I made a mistake. But you get this, basically. You get your Pringles in the middle. And then in order to make it look like a Pringle, you need to do a bit of shading. Which is very simple. And boom, you have 3D Pringles. Ta-da! So, you can do that using this method, and it's based on a fucking cube, which, as always, as soon as you can do a cube, right, as soon as you can do a cube, you can do more lines inside of your cubes, and that's more lines. It's a very simple thing. And in some of their videos in here, which I recommend to anyone who wants to create stuff, they have like a lot of video of how to design sketch, how to do shading, how to create boxes. I forgot where the fuck it is, but all of these videos are really, really cool. And this is what I used to do. So this is what I used to do in school. Designing these type of pieces, technical pieces, makes a lot of sense to me. And it wasn't as detailed as this one, but yeah. I don't know if yeah, that's what I used to do on paper. So these things to me are just so easy. It's like my brain works with this very easily, and so we used to have these, right? This is a thing for bag, from what I see, or like a bobbin or something. But you have the side view and then the end view, basically. And if you want it to make a lot of sense, you kind of need to have them at the same scale. And so there is a lot of information in there that you don't need to know, but it's useful. But you don't need to know, but it's useful. And oh shit, that's interesting. Okay. Forget about it. So it's very simple for me, it's really simple to read. And if we do that, if you have like Figma and you use Figma and Figma is your thing, it's a very easy thing to recreate and make sure that you have like a good base. So as an example, Like this is our outline. Right here should be down a bit, and then you have a duplicate of this, which should be around here. The inner one is just because you have a bevel right there, and then you have a third one, which is around here, and then this one is also because you have a bevel. And so once you have this, let me just make them red and full so that we can see that. Once you have this placed, the only thing that exists on the other side is aligning your one of your views to the other ones. So if you have rulers, it helps. I don't need them anymore, but that's because I'm used to it. And you can see that everything on paper is aligned with the other side. So that's the main goal that you need to have when you want to get these types of things. And if you look closely, I know it's very fucking tiny, but if you look closely, I have lines on this one that are on this side, and then on the bottom one, sorry, on this one, I have vertical lines that are connected to the top section, technically speaking. It's not exactly visible, but they are there, and they help a lot to align things and make sure that everything makes sense. And so that's basically these lines that are placed there. And so right now, the one that I need or forgot to have is this, which is not present on that side, which makes no sense. It should be present in. Why is this one interesting? This one should be here, basically, rather than is right now. Should be there to match here. Details. Nonetheless, right? All of that. Have a good rest, Smiley. Thanks a lot for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope the sandwiches were fine and the cereals were fine as well. So yeah, Melly, I really think this could be very beneficial for you if you get these levels of understanding on paper. And this thanks a lot, Grasham. I hope to see you soon as well. Take care of yourself. And stream will end soon, to be honest. Tired now. But yeah, I appreciate talking with you too. Day is already ended for me. It's like almost 10. It is 10. It's 10:10. It's late. So yeah. Once you understand these are great. Like if you look for technical drawing as to understand how it is, very simple. It is very simple. This is a good overall understanding as well. This is a gymnastic that my brain does automatically when it sees something or when I'm imagining something, and that's one of the benefits of my dyslexia. Dyslexic people have this superpower. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them have the ability to look at things and just see the other side without having to look at the other side. That's pretty clean. And so yeah, if you get that understood, your creation will be way easier, specifically for the chairs. So like I don't really know how you select the chairs that you want to create or the elements that you want to create, but let's say you're looking for cool chairs, and there was one that was pretty interesting on the previous page, but it's not present on this one. That's interesting. Let's say this is a chair that is interesting to you. I don't know, that's a very simple one. How do you think it looks on the other side? I think it's flat. I think it's a flat thing overall. I mean, it's a curved element, but I think it's a flat thing overall. And so recreating something like this, if I think about it for a second and a half, and I understand the box in which it goes through. So let's do that quickly. We have basically shit. I didn't take enough space. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not the best cube, but that's basically the bottom section, right? That's basically it. And so what I know is it's a circular element. I also know that the feet is a smaller circle, so I can, in that same base cube, create a smaller circle, and then just create an overall oval section. And then on top of that, at that level, basically, we got a smaller thing that will be here, and then there we get something that is outer, so that's an entire cylinder basically. On the upper section is just curved a bit, so we can do that, and it stops there. So basically in 2 seconds we have like a sketch of something, right, that makes no sense so far, but we got the idea to then connect elements, make sure that we have the thing that makes sense, and you don't need to be clean on paper. That's always the thing. Don't need to be clean. But I get the idea, I have my base, so I can keep my paper, and then if I want to, I can start with Blender, and in no time, from what I've seen, without looking back to the original picture, from what I've seen, so I am seeing my cursor mouse is dead on the PC. Need to reconnect this. From what I've seen, it's 3 different pieces. So that's what I said last time. You should create the foam pieces and then wrap them into fabric. It's just a bit annoying, but it works. So from what I know that the bottom section is a circular element, and I can reuse this one to create the feet basically. So that's basically it. I don't need more than that. I, however, need to make sure these potentially, or these. I think these would be better if I do that. Yep. Which we just need these. That's the. I could have started with a cylinder, I agree, but don't give a shit. And then as always, using the bevel modifier right here to make sure that we have a thing that makes sense, and probably at 45 degrees, and in the merge segment right there, and all transform, and we got our first thingy. And then the second one is basically the same, but wider and taller. And then the third one is a different one. Different one. This one is probably basically this with this on top. And I think I made it a bit too tall. Make it a bit shorter. And then you have this, right? You can add more points if you want to, less points if you want to. Add a transform to have the thing that we need, or segment potentially. I can't go more than 0.3. Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. So you have this. Moxie,
Mawixi is now following.
Well, come on in. How are you? No, chip in. Can I control B here? It's not a good idea though. It's not. But it's basically this. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about. Oh, that's creating a weird ass thing on the top. Nonetheless, let's get rid of that because that crop is not helping. Anyways, we don't give a shit about that. However, what we need now is add like a cylinder, which will be our outer shell. And so this size is good enough. We don't need more than this. However, what we need to do is make sure that in this section here, we get rid of the right things. Basically, all of that, like the faces on this, and if I go to face there, can I select this? Turns out I can't. Interesting. Loop cut right there will help. Stretch it out a tad. And if I'm not mistaken, GZ here basically, and then the solidify could help. I need to get rid of that fucking top section. How am I supposed to do that? But Awixi, how are you? How have you been? How was your day? Why can't I fucking select the thing? Thank you. Ah, that was dumb. It's fine. It's good though. So you get that, and then here, what I want is a bit more padding inside of this this thing. The offset is inside. It encapsulates this, so that makes sense to me. And then on top of that, I want a bevel modifier to make it rounded, so more segment. I still do that at 45 degrees. Doesn't really matter at this point. But I get this. It's clean. It's okay. And on top of that, you can do a subdivision if you wanted to. Maybe the subdivision needs to go above the bevel. But as you can see, it's not exactly clean. It could work. And yeah, without really looking at something else than this, the ugly ass sketches put it on paper, we get that. It's not that good. Can't consider it's the best chair ever, but in no time you get something that makes sense. And then you can shit. But also do things like this. Right, that seems like a good-ish idea. Bit of clipping in there, but that's fine. If we go back here, right, I made a mistake. It's way higher, so that's good to know. So we can go back here and do the same thing again and again and again. It's fine, but right, once you have this, you can add a lot of options if you wanted to make these clothes. That's what we said last time. Making sure that this is like inflatable, you need to apply the solidify. I applied something. So you need to apply the solidify to have the amount of faces that you need. And then here you don't really give a shit about anything. So these two, potentially, you can go into the physics tabs and you can make them clothes, and then add a bit of pressure to each of them. Like 1.2 potentially, and then this one a bit of pressure at 1.2 as well. And if I press play at that instant, they will fall, right? Everything fall down. That's no good. It's not what we want. So what we want to have is the thing to just bump and potentially have a bit of collision into each other. A bit. We'll see what we can do about that. So what I like to do is go into the gravity on the field weight and put the gravity at 0, because by doing that they will stay in place and they shouldn't fall down. Right now they fall down because they have collision to each other, I think. So let's get rid of the collision. Let's see. Right. So the pressure is too much. That's good to know. You can play with that indefinitely until you have like a thing that makes sense to you. So let's say this is an interesting backrest, right? The puffy-ish thing. The main issue here is we don't have enough faces. on that element right here. It's not subdivided enough to take things into consideration. So that's one of the reasons. And also because the close is taking action above or under the subdivision. So right now it's a bit better, it's a bit more smooth. So all of these are very simple. You can have like a base thing. Let's say that this is good enough. You take this, you convert to mesh, you're good. And then this one, maybe you don't need to change anything and you just need to get rid of that shit because it makes no sense. So get rid of the close, press play, nothing happened, it's all good. And now you have a more organic-ish type of thing. If we had like the, if we did the opposite. So let me just bring back this one to a close and this one to a not close but a collision. I think it will bump. Yeah. Because there is like a lot of intersections in here, but can do that. Can change pressure to see how much it impacts, and now you have a conceptual chair with a weird ass vampire neck thingy, right? In no time. So right, all of that. So very simply creating things. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But because there is the clip right here, makes no sense. Maybe this one doesn't have a collision, in which case this shouldn't have this issue right here. Right, it should do that, which makes way more sense. And so this one makes sense. Right, and so now we have a dual backrest. So in no time, I can create a thing that I just seen in here. And yeah, because I have like this understanding of 3D models. But that is the base. That's the base of the thing that I was about to say about that. And oh yeah, before you go, if you're not already far away, I needed to show you this specifically to you, Millie. That was for you. This is a nice thing, right? It's nice. Lamp. Nice picture overall. It is 3D. It has been made in 3D. Everything is fucking flat. And I'm amazed by the amount of detail that we have on this. Yeah, I kind of needed to show you this one because it's crazy. It's crazy. Level of details that we have on these. Damn. That work? No, it doesn't. Oh, I don't want to kill people. For sure. So yeah, it was the tiny thing that I wanted to showcase. Talk about all that. Interesting. Nonetheless. Yeah. You think I can do that? I think I can do that. It'll be okay. So, as always, we need that shit. Oh, sorry. Like that. I will send you to perfect. That's what we do. It's Tuesday. It is Tuesday. I send you to perfect, Lioness. She's currently playing all the Wordles thing. I think this one is Hurdle with the listening thingy. So enjoy your stay there. As always, this is the end of the stream. So if you enjoy your stay, click the follow button. You need this to move up. And if you want to join the Discord, do that. It will be appreciated as well. You can follow me on the socials. And if you want to support the channel another way than giving money to Amazon, support me on these two things. But as always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be back not tomorrow, because tomorrow is Wednesday, which means next stream is on Thursday at 4:30 PM UTC. And yeah, take care of yourself. Drink something, eat something, all that. I hope to see you on Thursday. More design stuff. And yeah, I think that's it. I'll see you soon. Bye.